Right. Check, check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Check. Check. Mike's very quiet. Oh. Morning, night child. Yeah, exactly. Another full day, at least until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Another 5 hours or so of it. Let's check the mic. Alright, cool. Just getting sound in one ear. Hang on. Accidentally yanked my headphones, probably broke one of them. Oh well. We'll just have one headphone today. Remember to bring some more from home. Okay. Sound seems fine, good. Yeah, it's just my headphone, I think. I accidentally yanked it. I didn't stream yesterday, but I did fix a bunch of bugs on my laptop. Which is good. So today I'm going to work on nav meshes. Having fun with that, yeah. Sometimes I have to go into my other job, but I can also bring my laptop when I do that and work on that. But my laptop's not good enough to stream on, unfortunately. It's quite a low-end laptop, really, which is good because I get to test the engine out on a lower end hardware as well. So yeah, today I'm going to work on nav meshes, which are fairly straightforward. Right now, you only just draw them like this and delete them like that. But they're not in the prefabs, so they won't appear in the prefabs, which I want to do. I want to get in that working with the prefab system. Why they're not auto-generated? So there is an auto-generated nav mesh, kind of, which ignores all these collidables, which is used by default. But say you had like a bridge or something here to go over it. So you'd have collidables, but you wanted like, you have collidables around here and then the bridge that they could walk across, but you wanted for some reason a character to take the long way around. You could draw a path like that. And then if the character ended up there and they were on the nav mesh, you could tell them to just walk the long way around like that. So that's why I have it like that. So that's what happens. They're kind of like, I don't know, they are nav meshes, but they are more like guides for the NPCs. So they don't always take the shortest path, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we'll get with that today. Wouldn't you rather place an invisible collider on the bridge? So you could place a collider on the bridge to make them walk the long way around if you wanted to. But then I would need separate types of colliders. So that would be one way you could do it. I just mark out these paths, and then NPCs can take the paths. So say like footpaths, for example. You know, there might be no colliders anywhere, because the players and NPCs can walk off the footpath onto like the grass. But what you could do, say this was a footpath, but what you could do is just mark this is the footpath, and then NPCs would just take this path on the footpath all the time. There's like two separate ways you could do that. You could put down one of these, or I've got this other one which is regions. I can't remember how it works to be fair. You have to set it to be a particular type of region. So regions is just one thing, like a little hack that I put in, so I could mark areas as plantable. But you could have another region which is like footpath, and then mark that as a footpath region, and then NPCs could take that as well. But right now, like the nav mesh system's hooked in with the pathfinding and everything, so you could just do that. Yeah, I mean, you could do it with a collider as well. You just have to be like, you'd have to have a collider that only worked for NPCs, which wouldn't be a problem. Okay. What is a nav mesh? I haven't done nav meshes for a long time, so I'm gonna have to have a look. Get nav mesh. It is a board region, so it probably does use the region system. The regions is also a board region. So it's a specific type of region anyway. So we could like axe nav mesh and just put it all into the regions. Maybe. Collider masts are useful in some way. Some entities can swim, others cannot. Some can walk tall, but others cannot. Yeah. It's kind of the same thing. It's just not drawn with a mesh. It's not drawn with points. It's just areas in the world that you mark, and then you kind of give properties to. So it's kind of the same. So a collider in this engine anyway is an actual list of points, whereas the meshes are just nav meshes are just basically coordinates in the world that you mark and you give properties to. So it could work the same way. Definitely. Because the whole thing about marking things as like swimmable is what the regions thing was meant to be. So you could mark this as like swimmable and stuff like that. If you wanted to. Oh, achy back today. So we could do it all in terms of region, Let's have a look at the game level. So we have an actual nav mesh in the level. I'll keep them separate. I'll keep it the way it is now. Or I could put it in read, I'm not sure. Could merge these two together, at least in the level editor. We'll try merging them together. Right. So it's going to go region content data. Like this. And it's a region type. But we need what type of region it is. Are we gonna want? Probably are gonna want different properties for different types of regions. So it'd be something like struct nav mesh region with some properties about it in there, potentially. Struct like swimmable region. Can't see even how you spell that word. It's okay. My spelling's atrocious. Maybe something like that. Okay, so we'd want like union class, region type, nav mesh, and then we'll have using region pairs. And then we'll have using region types. And then is region type region types. Check that builds. Okay. So region types needs region content data needs hybrid tuple storage for region types. Data. And this basically means that like data can be any one of these types in this list. Like that. So we can basically set so we'll go is region type. Return data is type region type. Music stopped for some reason. And then we're going to go template is region type optref region type. Get region type, get region, return data, try and wrap region type. What's going on there? Will there? And BMOS X, how's it going? Hope you're alright, guys. So it doesn't like this. My brain's not firing. What's the problem with this? Twitch crashed, oh no. Doing okay, thank you, yeah. Just got a strange compiler error. Hope you're doing alright as well. The internet that crashed. Did it? Oh, so it crashed for everyone. Oops. Seems okay here. I'm getting 12,000 kilobits per second. My stream bit rate, which is very fast. Which is good. Doing alright, thank you, yeah. I'm a bit tired actually, but I'm okay. How are you doing today? Just about to start work on regions, so it was going to be nav meshes, but I'm going to try and make it come. There's a lot, you know, it's just basically marking areas on the map. I'm going to try and combine nav meshes into regions. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, on my Streamlabs it says 12.7k. 12.7 thousand K. It's 12.7 meg. Oh yeah, I do remember it, yeah. The Choose Your Own Adventure what one? Was it? Was it that one? Yeah, nice one. Brilliant. Syntax error is region type. Too much work. Ah, right, yeah, okay. No problem. Writing in general is quite hard, isn't it? It doesn't seem to like that for some reason. Works fine there, though. Yeah, we'll give it a read. Is it long? Because I can read it off stream. I'll read it after stream tonight. But definitely, yeah. Send it to me. Send me a link. Doesn't mind that. Why is this not working? I'll have to do that then. Awesome, yeah, they're on Discord. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it tonight. I'll let you know. Sounds awesome. Not sure why that's not letting me do it. It's letting me do it there. Oh, I know why. Possibly. Well, you do that. No, that's not it. It just doesn't like it. For some reason. Whoops. Unfortunately, formatting doesn't like that though. Right, so we have region content data now. So I'll add it into here. All right. So what did we call this before? Board region. I don't think we need is visible. ID and points. Okay, cool. Let's go to the city. Alright, yeah, have a good day. Have a good trip out, no problem. See you later. Alright. So now we need to serialize this stuff. We've got enum type S storage there. That's nicer. That's nicer for serializing it. Actually, so we'll do that. So we need to know what region it is. So it's what it is, and then the data for it. Alright, cool. So now we need to serialize this. I'll just pick this for now. I just call this type. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, including the data. So we've got region, data. So we've got ID, type, points, data. And then we need to do the binary version. ID type points data. And the nav mesh region, we'll just put in for now the name. Just name it maybe. Or we could actually So right now it works where if you mark something plantable, it's indistinguishable from another region that's plantable. Whereas this way we could have different plantable regions with different properties. So like plantable with this type of plant, plantable with this property or whatever of plant. So let's do that. We'll put name in for now. We'll probably have, yeah, we don't need an ID because the ID will be here in the region content data. We'll put name in as like a temporary thing. Obviously name could be in all of them. Maybe name should be in all of them, to be fair. We can name the region. Alright, we'll do that. So we'll just put like, we'll do test. In X's 2 is my go-to temporary bit of code. Then I can just search for it, and I know it's all of it's temporary. So down here. Whoops. So it's really just got X in it for now. And then we'll make another one. Plantable. All right. So we've got two different types of regions. Nav mesh.x plantable.x. Cool. So to get bounds for it, no. Get brush instance bounds for region content data. So we're going to go auto region instance get data region content data. If we have it, then we should make a bounding rect of region points. Like that. So that these are points as well, so it does actually need to be inflated. On one, I think that's how it works. No, that's not right. It's inflate 0.011. I think that's the one, the right one. Yeah. So now we should compile, in theory. Get brush instance bounds not implemented. It still says. Type is not a member of nav mesh region. So this is reflecting enum type pair storage. This. Oh, it's the pairs it wants. Region pairs. Oops, not that. Where is it? There. Alright, cool. So we want set data as well, so we can give it the right type. Still doesn't like it. Wonder why it doesn't like it. So that's a syntax error. No, it's not a syntax error. So that's built fine. So why does putting it here? Why does putting that there make any difference? Tempted to say that's a bug in the compiler. But like moving the actual method around shouldn't make any difference. Oh well, whatever, it doesn't matter, does it? Okay. So it's basically the same as this one. So set data. Where is it? I've lost it. Set data. We're going through the region pairs. Like that. I'll set region. Type. I'll set region. Region type. Let's just call type. Whoops. Okay, cool. So that is where we can stick all of our region information in there. Fu Manchu, good morning. How's it going? You alright this morning? Working on regions. Yeah, good, thanks. Working on regions. So in the actual editor, you can mark regions in the world to just, for whatever reason you want, really. Give them properties. We've got two different types of regions at the moment. Nav mesh and plantable. So like, this is a plantable region. So this is where you can plant things. And we're putting nav mesh into regions, because nav meshes are pretty straightforward in this engine. You just mark out like where you want NPCs to walk. So by default they can walk anywhere, but you can actually give them a little region, and if they end up on the region, they just stay on that region until they get to the destination. But if the start and the destination is on the same nav mesh, they'll use the nav mesh. Otherwise, they'll just use the shortest path. But yeah, that's what I'm working on today. Alright, while these ads are running, I'm just going to make more coffee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right. So go to the game board editor. Is the game supposed to come out at some point, or is it a perpetual hobby? Perpetual hobby. Depends how good the game ends up being. I'm definitely going to make a game. If it's a good game, I'll finish it. The game bit's a bit unknown for me because I've never really concentrated on making a game before. So we'll see. It would be nice. Yeah, there's nothing wrong working on it for fun, for sure. I used to, when I was working a lot, or in periods where I do work a lot, I still come out code in the night time like you were doing. Because it's just fun. I have the time. In theory, I have the time to make a game and finish it now. If it's good enough. I don't really know if I'm bothered about releasing a game that I know is not very good. There's more chance of me starting again on something else. Alright, have a good meeting. Alright. So we need now. We're going to do it with regions. Aren't we? So, game board editor. Whoops. Oh, it's here anyway. We'll say we're going to start on regions. Here's a thing I don't know. If you just click on regions mode, I don't actually have a way in the editor now directly to pick what type of region we want to make. So we might have to do that. So we're on regions mode now. Or we do, but it's a text box. We can say whether it's plantable or not. So this needs to actually be a combo box. Okay, so tick left panel, regions mode. Here it is. So it's region ID. And then we get the region names from the game. We're going to do it a little bit differently. Because it's not great really just having a box, a text box like that. I'm going to go canvas. Well, start off, we'll just say static current region type equals region type unknown, and we'll go canvas for our combo box type current region type. I think that's all I need to do. So this obviously needs to set some actual state in the editor to say we're actually drawing these regions. Right, there we go. Nav mesh and plantable. So it'd be like, we're making a nav mesh. Making a plantable mesh. Plantable region. So we actually need to store this. So E region type, current region type, unknown. Put it there. So this is just editor. Oh, it's just current region type. Like this. Do we want this to be able to be undone? Probably. So do we want this to, basically this combo box to work with undo redo? Probably. So we can just stick it in. Where do we put it? It's below stamp mode. So that means hopefully it should work with undo redo. We'll just check it. So if we select nav mesh, then I undo, goes back to unknown. Okay, cool. So this is where we actually want to draw the properties of the region as well. Is it? No, it's not here. So that's going to be fine for now. So that's the type of region we're going to draw. Okay, so tick board panel. So for regions, so nav mesh, this is going to disappear. Regions is just this. And then we'll be able to we'll do paths, and then we'll be able to just get rid of all of this, and it'll just be one call, which would be lovely. Looking forward to doing that. Right. So what we want now is a preview. We want a content painter for it. You're back. That was a short meeting. Yeah, so I'm working on regions. I don't know if you caught it before. It ran to an ad break, so you might have got an ad. I'm working on regions. So regions are just areas in the world that you can mark and give properties to. Then the game can pick them up, like this area is plantable, or this area is swimmable, or something. Ah, right, okay, cool. Last day today. Ah. Yeah, moving on, eh? So, content painter. So this is most like triggers. So we might copy the one that's like trigger. It's basically the same. So triggers. Triggers, you do that. It's basically the same. So we could just basically copy that. Yeah, so we have also... It wants to select the river over the trigger. Which means obviously if the trigger ends up... I have to move the river. If the trigger ends up in the river... See, that's not right. That's because the way we're defining what is selectable in the river is by a strip of the river rather than the full river. Might sort that out actually. We'll save that and sort that out. Still using GTX 1080. It is ancient, yeah. So I built my new computer. Ran out of money. So I decided to get a very nice CPU instead of a very nice GPU. Because I'm compiling code all the time. And this, like, although it's an ancient GPU, will run this game at like hundreds of frames a second. So it's fine. You know, it's going to be fine. And then maybe... So I was thinking that, oh yeah, I'll get a GPU next Easter. But now I'm thinking I might get a laptop. Because I like to work on a laptop as well. Take it to a coffee shop or something and work. But my laptop's getting a bit past it. Yeah, that's right, yeah. You know, I'm building the game dozens of times a day. So it's makes, you know, and I do play games on this computer, but it's at my office rather than at home. I've got an Xbox at home that I can play games on. And it'll run all the indie games, you know. It's a really, you know, it's been a good GPU, this. I played, like, you know, Assassin's Creed Odyssey on it, which is a graphically, at the time anyway, it's a few years old, it was graphically awesome. And it played it really well, so... Another meeting. Meetings today. Yeah, so the way that we would actually solve this is weird. So right now it's detecting if we're over the river by first detecting a strip of the river, which is a small area, and it's a smaller area than this trigger. So if we put a little trigger, it picks the little trigger because it's smaller than the strip. But what I think I actually want to do is test the strip, and if we're in the strip, put the full bounds in of the river. So we'll have to do a little detour before we actually continue on with the regions and fix that. So this is inset content for river. So what it's doing, okay, that's putting in new points, so don't need to worry about that. It's here. So we're going to get input bounds, which is a little strip of the river. So what we actually want to do here is, rather than add an input box, let's just check it. And that's the properties. We don't want to do it there. It's here. So if I just draw these bounds out. What we want to do is, rather than add this as the input box, we want to add, so now you see we're testing on these strips. We want to add the full bounds of the river segment in, I think. No, we want to route the full bounds of the river. So, do we have mouse P? Yeah. So we're going to say if bounds intersect the mouse, the input box needs to be the river bounds translated by position. Like that. Let's see if that fixes it. Fixes it or breaks it. Broken it. What is river bounds? That seems right. So we must be adding more input boxes somewhere. Oh, different area. So it's auto river bounds. Is that? Now let's try it. There we go, that's working now. So now we can just stop drawing that quad. So now even if this is in here, it will pick the trigger. Alright, cool. So let's just check that in. Go back to working on regions now. The content painter for triggers. Stamping triggers. So how does this work? It's the same. It's just the same. So we'll just copy it for now. This is for stamping regions. So we could, in theory, make a content, like a default one that just draws regions out. So what's the difference? We need to pass in the bounds. So we could have something like struct region painter. Basically. So let's just try this. Region painter. And wherever we see the word trigger, I'm just going to replace it with region. This, it needs an instance type and a data type. No, a content brush, it doesn't. It just needs a data type. That's basically it. So let's do template, struct, content painter, game content, paint mode, stamp, data type, region. So maybe we do pass the bounds in as well. It might just work like this. It might just work like this. So, preview. This operator. After paint instance. And then we'll just have static inline region painter for region content data. So this is region painter preview, game board. This is return region painter. Operator. Well, it's just this. Game board editor, canvas, and this is region painter after paint instance. Okay, so region painter needs to be a friend class. Right, so the only difference is we have this location thing. Which isn't so bad. So that means the region rather than be vec2s, it needs to be some kind of region point. An ID in there. Point ID, point location. So this is not going to work anymore. Well, it would be with each region points bb add dot location. All right. What's the problem here? Okay, so we need to actually do a constructor for this region point as well. So I actually have one of these, but I've called it trigger point. Maybe this should just be called region point. like this, and where I have the other region point. That can go away. Alright. So, just open up Notepad. What prefab are we loading? Is it this test prefab? I think so. This is a big file now. So, trigger point. These need to be all called region points, basically. So this begs the question, could triggers just be regions now? I don't think I'm going to do it like that because it's a bit more cumbersome to use regions and triggers are very common, very commonly used. Does that mean in theory we can draw out a region now? Not yet. Game board. Oh yeah, so I know what we need to do. We need to associate the content data with the editor mode. Here, so we need to go enum type pair. So the edit mode regions is region content data. We're making region or we're editing region content data with that mode. There we go. Oh, it didn't actually put one in though. Or maybe it did, we're just not rendering them. Right, so we need to render a. So game board content renderer for. So it's basically the same as trigger again. But it's region. And it's just region content data. The color, we need actually a color for each region as well. Right now it's just blue. So we need to actually generate the color for each region. There we go. So now we need to do intersect content for that. Can't intersect it yet. And we can actually carve little bits out of regions as well. Alright, cool. So we'll do the colour first. So region content data. We're going to just do colour. Colour. Don't really know. I'll just do something like return colour from hex. I don't know, like the type, just the type. We'll try the, well, the type's not going to be. We'll do hash 32, hash 32, type, 27. And then this is just going to be data get color. So that would be the type of an unknown region. Type of a nav mesh. We're not actually setting what type of region it is yet, so we need to do that. So that would be on the content painter for regions. After we paint the instance, we'll do after paint instance, and then we'll go auto region get data region content data, and we'll do region set data, and we just need to get the type of data associated with whatever we've got in that combo box. So for each type in region type pairs, region pairs, what do we call it? Region pairs. For each type in the region pairs, we'll just say using pair I'm going to say using type is equal to the pair type and const expr auto the num value is pair the num value I'm going to say if enum value is equal to the game board editor's current region type, we want to go region set data for type. Or set region, is it? And I'll set it to be an av mesh or plantable. So if we do nav mesh, it's pinky now, plantable. Plantable's also pinky. It's like pinky purpley. They're very similar colours. We need a better get colour. Unknown is that? They're all very similar, aren't they? I want it to scramble enough so the colours are quite different. Yeah, oh, that'll do. You know, we could actually hard code a colour in. Couldn't we? Or they allow the possibility of hard coding a colour. So, plantable region, what we'll do is we'll say const exp colour, or just static inline colour equals colour. I'll say it's green because it's plantable, right? Bright green. And then we want to actually ask the compiler if colour is there. So we'll go template class region concept region has colour. Requires well, region colour is that real C++? Equals so we say if const exp region has colour. Well, we need to know what type of region it is. So we need to know what type of region it is. So for each type, region types. Ref color standard optional. Result. If results return, we want to go, well, we'll just say using region if is region type region. Well, we'll say if const exp region has color, region, I say if auto region equals data, I'll just get region. A result is the region well, no, it's if is region type region color return. So we need to return. So we'll say if result, well, just say return result value or that. So what that means is we can, if we want, specify a color. So plantable regions should be bright green if this works. So unknown is that. Nav mesh is that. Plantable. Oh, that hasn't worked. Actually, I think it's just this. Is region type. That's const. So plantable, bright green, there we go. Nav mesh. So these are just like picked. This is actually hard coded in. Okay, cool. So now we have particular regions. So now we need to do the intersect content. So intersect content for trigger. We just basically need, it's different, we've got different, yeah, it doesn't matter about the mode. That's what we're saying here. The paint mode. Intersect is just the same for each one. So we may as well do template TRA intersect candidate. Also intersect region content. Which is just this. This is data type. And then this is just return intersect region content, trigger content data. Instance offset T by SLC game board editor canvas. So also on Content Painter for trigger now, it is the same as Content Painter for region, almost. Except we're not doing it through region pairs, it's just this. Except this is trigger content data. Let's do intersect content now for trigger. We'll do intersect content for region, which is the same, except it's region content data. Get bounds is not a member of region content data. So we need to implement get bounds essentially. Rect get bounds. Does it need an offset? No. So we're just going to go bounding rect BB, and then we go with each points BB.add location return bounding box. Okay. So we can see that these are identical, apart from this. So what we need is an intersect content where it accepts a specific set of enums. No, because these are also, we'll have to actually put the data as well. So it'd have to be a specific pair, I think, a specific set of pairs. It needs to work on a specific set of pairs. Oh, I could just leave it like this. It's probably fine just to leave it like this. Don't know if I want to make it more abstract, really. It's only region and trigger. Alright, so if we draw out now, plantable region, there we go, we can intersect it. That means we can move it around. I wonder actually as well, when we're moving these around, we always need to snap them. Just for speed, because that means we can, if they're a snap to a grid, we can detect quickly if things are inside, even when they've got like holes in them. Okay. Right, while these ads are running, I'm just going to nip to the loo, get another drink, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So that would be in drag focus content for trigger. Do we have one for trigger? We haven't specified one for trigger. That would just basically drag it on the grid. No matter if grid is pressed or if the snap is down or not. The snap is active. So right now it snaps to grid if snap is active, but I think with these we want to snap it to the grid no matter what. Because they're meant to be aligned to a grid, I think. So, drag focus content. We've got tick focus content. So this is like so we could say, could ask, this is where it does the drag, whether it's normal or snapped. We could actually ask if the drag candidate needs to be snapped, snap only. Couldn't we? Or basically, which one of these enum values are snap only? Well, it would probably... Don't know. Get some music going again. I need just an infinitely long playlist. I need a 5-hour long playlist. Yeah, so what I think we'll do is we'll say which one of... So we could get the type out. So the type is actually... yeah. It would mean going through another loop though. Which we are doing here. We could just ask it, couldn't we? We could just ask the question with this enum value. So we could just say ball is snap drag only. Type return type is equal to trigger or trigger or type is equal to region. And then when we do it, we say snap only equals is snap drag only enum value. Do we have it? Instance Data type. That's what it is. So do that. Let's see if that works. Fu Manchu. That was some overheated meat. Oh dear. Take it didn't go too well. Okay, so that's just snapping all the time now, which is what we want. So if we draw one, that's moving and snapped. Alright, cool. So now when we click it, we want to actually, we can intersect it. I think what also, why are we drawing those river bits if we're dragging something around? We need to figure out what's going on there. We're not. It's probably in draw lines. Yeah, draw lines in world. So let's just. Which one would the? It would be offset, span. It would be that one probably. That it would be using. Well, they all go through here anyway. Okay, so where's this coming from? Draw intersection candidate, type river. So set focused content actually only needs to run if nothing is focused. Or if the left mouse button is up. Think that's what that is. It's interesting, it's not actually, it's behaving fine if it's on everything but a river. For some reason, just river. That because it's got a specific. River goes through draw candidate, draw intersection candidate. Pond has it as well, and Trigger has it. So what's going on there then? Stamp visible. We could just say that the left mouse button is not down. Or the left mouse button is up. That's probably not going to work because we want to just up there. I just wonder why we aren't getting draw intersection candidate for pond, for instance. Must be something to do with the fact that the river is big. Get intersection candidates. I think all I'm going to do is say canvas, get input window, left mouse button up. Turn candidates, see if that sorts it out. I don't think we want to be intersecting things if the left mouse button, no, not up, is down. The left mouse button is down even. Because if the left mouse button is down, we're either dragging the camera around the world or we're dragging something else around the world. We don't want to be doing any intersecting tests. Now we can't drag anything. Can't have that there then. So is this just running all the time? So it goes get the root content, gets the intersection candidates. Even if we've got the mouse button down, it's running all the time. Try that. So we can move stuff. Put a region in. Yeah, I think that's fine now. Alright, cool. So if we click on one now, we need to actually draw. So we want draw focused content. Draw focused content for trigger. We basically want to draw focused content for region. focused region content, which is this. It's just this. And this is return draw focused region content, trigger content data. We'll have another one for region. This is going quite quick. This is alright. There we go. So we just want properties now. Brush instance properties. So we'll copy this again. I mean, trigger is going to be different than trigger this time. For region. So we'll do canvas. Draw label. I am a region. So the first thing we'll do is we'll say, oh, I don't want it to be unknown. Okay, so it's not coming. I don't want it to be unknown. I want it to be something else. All right. I am a region. So we want on the left panel now. Tick regions. Well, tick left panel. So the regions mode. I'm going to say if focus content has value, if focus content has value, else we'll do that. We need to go tick left panel. Tick left focus content. So now, if we draw a region, it does that. It says, I am a region. Region content data. So, first thing we'll do is we'll swap the type. How is this going to work then? Left panel, properties for regions. So we're going to go canvas, draw combo box, type. I need to get the region data. Data equals instance, get data region content data. If there's no region data, return. So this is just region data type. That will swap the type, but when we swap the enum, we need to actually swap the class, the object that's stored as well, to a different type. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave one in there and save it. So we can swap it to like a nav mesh now, or plantable. But what we want to do is, if we do this, so if this comes back as true, we just want to go region data, set content. I'm going to set it by type, really. So we've got set region. So what we want is void set region, region type, like that as well. So we actually do this on the region painter after paint instance. No, it's after paint instance for region. We do this here, look. So this would be region set content, region content. Just set region, is it? Current type. And then this. Why don't you just set region for this type like that? I just want to do this, to be fair. Like that. So we can set it based on a region type now. So on the properties, we're just going to go region data, set region, region data type. So that should set the underlying type that it is. So the problem with this is, of course, maybe undo redo. It might actually be handled. Does it set the type back? So if we set the if we say it's a nav mesh. Now the region data's type is nav mesh region. If we undo, it goes back to being unknown. But is the region, the data is empty, so it needs to go back to being unknown. Did it ever get set actually as unknown? There isn't an unknown. Okay, that's that. That might have worked then. So if we redo, does it go back to being nav mesh? Yes, it does. X is 2. So what we want to do is also check. We want to go. So we want to draw the different property types for the different types. So do we do region pairs? I don't know if we could just get the type from the enum out of the pair. I wish you could do that. I don't think you can do that. So now we just want to be able to draw the individual region properties. So for each type of region pairs,
Ads running soon.
the pair is this. So the type is the pair type, and I think that's it. So we need to say if constexpr is complete, draw region properties. Wow. Region properties. Draw region properties for a particular. Probably want to do it on actually. Enum value is pair enum value, like this. So if is complete, we will draw them. So template class region type. Draw region properties. And then we'll do draw region properties for region type nav mesh. So I think we need the instance and we want the nav mesh region like that. Maybe we'll put it at the top there. So if it's complete, let's do region properties. Yeah, I'm going to say if auto region equals region data, get region type. That's region instance offset z bias or z game board editor canvas. Like that. So we'll just do canvas, draw label. I'm a nav mesh region. And we'll do another one for plantable. It's just I'm a plantable region. Okay, so if we go, it says I'm a nav mesh region, I'm a plantable region. Right, cool. So, what properties does nav mesh nav mesh region need? It's just X at the moment. Plantable's just got X as well. So we're just going to go canvas, draw text box, X. There's only X in there, which is region.x, and then we'll just say we've got a step of 1 like that. So I'm specifically doing this just to check the undo redo. While I swap between regions and change the values and stuff. See if the undo redo works. Okay, so I can go nav mesh, set that to 10, then plantable, set that to 15, so it goes back to 2, 15, 2, nav mesh 10, nav mesh 2, and redo, redo, redo. Works great. And that's all I'm going to do. So I don't really know exactly. Now I am going to want regions in the world, and they're going to have properties like what type of thing is plantable in here and stuff like that, but I'm not entirely sure what yet. So is that it for regions? I suppose what happens if I want to extend a nav mesh? So maybe like, you know, what happens if I want to extend a trigger as well? Because right now I could do it like this, but then it's 2 objects. So I think you'd like have to double, like highlight it and then shift and drag. Maybe you do that. Maybe you shift and drag and it adds more on. It extends the region. I mean, you don't have to even do it. have like a region here and a region here and they'd be the same. Don't know. Shift and drag makes most sense. Shift and drag does delete things out of a region if it's not selected. But if you select it and then you shift and drag, you should extend it. Try and do that. So what would be the hooking for that? How would we get to that state? So right now, if you click off it, it just selects the next thing. If shift is down, it shouldn't select the next thing. Maybe. So we're doing a similar thing here. So when we're selecting it and holding shift down, we're extending it. So it's the same as that. So it's in editing points mode. It's flickering a bit. So the first thing I want to is intersect focus content shouldn't work if shift is down. Intersect, where is it? Tick. Intersect content. Get intersection candidates. So that shouldn't work if shift is down. So if canvas, get input window, key down, E key, shift, return. Depends if the intersect content doing any shift stuff. So that would be the case for ponds. So that we're testing if shift is down here. They can't do that. So get intersection candidates. So we can't do that. does make more sense to have it with shift. Worried about stuff being in the way. Hey, all right. Yeah, good, thank you. So if that guy's like there, I think what we do is we just don't worry about that for now. So it'd be an intersect content that we do it. So intersect content, intersect region content. It's a nice short function, which is good. So it would be here, it would be like we need to know if this instance is the focused instance. So it'd be like if gameboard editor is focused instance, we handle it differently. I'm going to say we'll get the window. We'll say and window key is down, E key shift. What we actually want to do is add more points on, really, to the instance. So if we do intersect content, say pond, are we actually literally adding the point on there? Removing a point. Add control point, we're literally doing it there. So it's it's similar to the actual preview. Maybe we do it in the previewer rather than here. So this is in region painter, isn't it? Because this is where we're actually getting the bounds and stuff. We're making the bounds. Okay, so let's go back. So we don't want to create a new brush instance, I think. Shift is down. Key is down, shift. Don't create a new brush instance. We're already kind of handling it there, look. So if shift is down, what we want to do is get the focused brush instance. Alright. It's going to take a couple of minutes. We'll be back soon. Okay. So what we want to do is, if shift is down, we actually want to return. We want to get the focused instance, and so what would it be? If game board editor get focused content. Is that if focus content, so we have an instance ID there, so we're going to go if there's not focus content, return a result. Otherwise we want to go focused instance instances, find first. Arg ID is the focused content ID, instance ID. If not focused instance, return result. And then we want to go. We want to see if it's a data type. Data is focus constant, focused instance, get data, data type. If not data, return. Return result. Else, result is the actual focused instance. Like this. And what we can do, and that should just work. That should just work. That should add more points on, hopefully. If shift is down. So if we do this, and then we hold shift. Oh. Oh no. We're getting our things mixed up there. So there's no preview there, that's the problem. Don't want sticky keys. Computer's asking me if I want sticky keys there, because I'm pressing shift over and over again. That would work if there was previews. If we had preview. Ooh, that's so close. So when we do this, it's no longer focused, is it? Is there a focus content? Oh, there is a focused content. Still. Maybe we do it with control. If we just try it with, let's say, alt. It would be nice for it to be on shift, but shift deletes stuff. If we do this and then press alt. Ooh. Alt stopping the brush being visible as well. Stamp visible. Not control, not alt. Or paint mode. It's brush. Stamp mode is stamping. and not that, and not that, or that. What's stamp mode?
Axe running soon.
Stamping or not stamping? Oh yeah, okay. I think we can just get rid of all that. Just get rid of all that. See what happens. So it's stamping, and there's root content, and the canvas has the cursor. There we go. It did do something, because it's got them both there as the same one. So, after paint instance, I was saying instance position. We're resetting the position. Okay, so what we actually need is an offset. So the position. Ooh. So this, I think, so the region's bounds is in world space. That's not what we want to set the position to be, though. This needs to be offset.y. And this needs to be offset.x. We probably need a position. Can we get away without having to do that? Yeah, I wonder if it couldn't just, because right, we're deleting points immediately here. No, that'll be fine. And we want to know if we're actually setting position or not. If there's an offset, we're not. I think. So if offset length squared equals 0, we're setting the position. An offset, so now here when we're pressing Alt, offset has to be equal to region bounds.xy minus instance focused instance position. I think. Let's see what that works out like then. Okay, so now if I do this and then I press Alt. Oh, nearly, but it is the same one. That's interesting. Why it jumped up in Y there. Got the X properly done. Probably because it's let's see. Where is the instance position, actually? So we'll just draw quad. Focused instance position. Inflate. Try white. Bottom left corner it looked like. Which is correct, that should be... The offset should nearly be correct then. So it's just going the wrong way around. Essentially. In Y. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
It's gonna be dig.
Yeah, that's alright. Yeah. Thank you. So why is this drawing upside down? Tell you what I'll do. I'll draw over the top of the old one and we'll just see. So offset is 0.3. Should be 0.0. So what's the instance position? -3. Offset is 0.3. So 3 minus 3 is 0. It should be 0.0. Maybe these are just the wrong way around. I don't think so. No. Okay, well let's trace point here, not there. Let's trace point underneath here. And we'll just say offset.x. Can I do that? Does it know how to do this? Does it look into my code to know how to print offset? It does. Oh. It doesn't. Oh, I pressed the wrong button, that's why. Oh, it does know. Not 3. Did it one time. Ah, look. Now this actually has to happen here. Offset needs to be set here. Bamberg, hello mate. Where? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't here yesterday. Maybe we don't actually need this. We can do it like this. What happened? let us know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do vec2 offset if canvas get input window, key down, alt. We'll set the offset. Else, we'll just set the instance position. That might work. Use of templates is beyond my comprehension. Yeah, it's a nightmare to read, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. What library was it? Yeah, you should try and read some STL. It's crazy. There we go. We added more points on. We have a problem with things getting in the way. Thank you. That's what I thought would happen. Now this is out. This is not correctly aligned. Go to triggers. Add more to the trigger. There we go. Awesome. Dominator tree. I know boost. Yeah. Boost graph dominator tree. This one. Pretty heavily templated, man. They've got like lots of different ones. Yeah. I wish there was IDE help for templates. More IDE help than there is. Like, there isn't much, really. Unfortunately. And the errors are awful. Yeah, that's it, yeah. There's a real problem with... So often the source of the error is nowhere near the compiler as well. Do you use Visual Studio? I can't remember if I asked you. Visual Studio has this problem details window, which helps a lot with templates. Because you can like... It's like a stack trace for templates. So you can like trace it all the way back to the actual problem. I'm not sure if there's anything similar to that. Yeah, have a look at problem details. The good thing, a good way to learn about it is to have a little sample project, and then generate compilers to do with templates and learn about the problem. Learn about how to use the problem details window. So, if we go to this one, this is what I do. I have another project which is just a main, and it's got libbm on it, so I can test all of my library stuff. We could do something like template class T. I don't know. Int foo t return 0 or something, and then do like foo, and then pass like int float and see what compiler it generates, and go more and more and more and more complicated. Use boost. Templates are a pain. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Worst implementation known to man, really. It's something you just got to kind of get used to, unfortunately. Like, templates are just a nightmare. You can get used to reading them. Like, I'm not really shy, as you can tell. I don't really mind templates. But it makes code hard to read. Like, I've got some crazy stuff that's very hard to read. Like, all this stuff. Like, it's a nightmare. Yeah. Have a mess around with standard tuple. That'll teach you a lot about templates. Because that's like basically everything. Yeah, that's it. Going back and trying to understand it's hard. Or it can be. I tend to try and do type aliasing if I can. So at least it's just one word, you know, and you can forget about the templates. And auto a lot, as you can also tell. Catastrophic failure. Oh dear. Well, Van Bierg, you've broke Visual Studio. 8 years ago. Is this you? Is that you there? Oh yeah, Rui Figuera. Oh yeah, I'm gonna actually bookmark this and watch it properly. How do I do that? Save. Watch later. There you go. Yeah, I'll watch it. Cool. Mostly C++ 14. If you can get away without using them, then just don't use them as well. Like, it's better for everybody if you don't use them. Everybody reading your code and you writing it as well, and then maintainability. How long have you lived in Edinburgh then? Because that video was old, wasn't it? It was like 8 years ago. Yeah, this is very complicated in terms of understanding what type is what. So they've got free functions as well. It helps to like have a class and then do a lot of type aliasing at the top of the class, so you're not doing this all the time where you're like, well, I suppose it's not too bad. Or they do it sometimes with type names. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Scotland 2009, 2008. So yeah, that's a long time, isn't it? Wow. I've been to Edinburgh a couple of times. It's nice. Well, Visual Studio's broken. Let's see if I can see if it's Visual Studio or it's actually CL that's broken. It's fine if it works. If it works and it's fast enough. Complexity is also the enemy. So if adding templates makes it incredibly complicated, keep your current working solution. Alright, so want to know is, so one of the problems is this trigger. I created it before we set the alignment properly. There we go. So so one of the things is stuff gets in the way. So if I want to extend this trigger, I have to, maybe it doesn't get in the way. Do that. It doesn't get in the way. It knows. Alright, that's cool then. So when I've got Alt, so when I've got the brush out and then I press Alt, it actually extends to the currently selected trigger. So what we need is some kind of visual indication that we're extending the trigger. Yeah, exactly, Fu Manchu. Simplicity does come with trade-offs. Yeah. Well, if you're getting stuck on the template stuff, do a bit of work on templates in general, and then go back, read that Dominator tree thing, see if it makes a bit more sense later. Have a look. Have a experiment with standard tuple. To learn about templates. Yeah. Yeah. So do you find it's pretty helpful? Find AI is pretty helpful. Oh, there's an ad about to run. I'll get to work for a bit and then you can let me know. So we need some visual indication. So if we go back to intersect content for, is it in region paint? I can't remember where we were doing it. Yeah, it was. So if Alt is pressed, we actually want to draw the focused instance. We need to know where to draw it though. If window key down use vibe coding. I've never tried that. I've never actually tried to. You can actually get Copilot directly in Visual Studio and you can use it as like talk to it about help. Ask it for help and stuff. Use that to make a boilerplate to fix syntax issues. Yeah, okay. No. You're old school though, aren't you, Fu Manchu? All the new kids are coming up with Copilot. Copilot to them is like IntelliSense was to us, I assume. And then you've got the old school coders that came before us. Maybe even you're part of that don't even like IntelliSense. You meant to just use Copilot like IntelliSense. Yeah, so you can get it where it pops up suggestions. I did an experiment with that when I wrote the Twitch API stuff to write that ad counter. I had a Copilot on then. You need to tune your brain into it because I ended up with far more mistakes using Copilot. Because like, you press tab to accept. But then you have to like quite carefully read through what Copilot suggests. So you have to kind of get used to quickly reading what Copilot suggests. All the fun games till it fails. Yeah, I'm unsure whether it's a good learning tool for new coders or it will become a crutch for them. Undecided, because it can help you a lot when you're just stuck in the middle of the night and you don't know what to do. But at the same time, you're not exercising the brain muscles to move forward properly enough, maybe. Yeah, okay. I think that's in the direction. Ah, yeah. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, weird, innit? Yeah. I reckon there's in a lot of companies there's push from upper management for AI help. Yet to see if it will help things. My kind of spidey sense tells me it'll make software worse, actually. It'll be used a lot and make software worse. But I don't know that. That's just my spidey sense. Things didn't show up at first on Google, yeah. Not learning as much or getting better, yeah. there's always the push-pull, you see, when you're trying to make a product, because it's like, if it gets the product done quicker, then obviously the company wants that. But then the workforce might not develop to be an amazing team that can make amazing stuff, if you know what I mean. Because they both need to be pushed forward at the same time, and AI could unbalance that. So then when you actually develop stuff further and further on, you end up with really, really good stuff. Yeah. I think it's probably different person to person, because some people will learn better having the companion there, and some people won't. It's like it's just a very difficult one. Use it for a lot of things you shouldn't do. Yeah. Is it becoming a crutch? Is it taking you too quickly beyond your own skill level? Because eventually it will all just be too much. Eventually you'll be overwhelmed. You might be able to cope with it for a bit, but then the project will become too big with too much AI generated code, and you'll be lost. And you won't really be able to recover from that without starting again. Yeah. Yeah. You need to just follow your heart, really, with that. Because they're obviously like under enormous pressure, because they're controlling the money side of things, aren't they? Every month the bank account's going down, or the investment's going down. It's the thing with a startup, it's like tricky. Edinburgh's a great place to, you can go and work on the new GTA, maybe. I suppose these days you can just remote work, can't you? So you can probably work anywhere. Too advanced too quickly, yeah. Yeah. It's not necessarily a mistake, though. It's just part of the way you are learning to code. Because, you wouldn't have been able to make the stuff, maybe, that you wanted to make if you didn't do it this way. So it's kept you interested. Because it's one thing learning, it's another thing staying interested. Yeah, it's not. I'd say that the most important thing is you stay interested. And if AI helps you do that because you can work on more advanced stuff, that's a good thing. Coding is craft. Yeah, I mean, coding for me is it's exactly the same as painting. For me, it tickles the exact same place in my brain. It's like purely creative. Or writing a book. Like, I can imagine, although I'm not an author, I can imagine what like George R.R. Martin feels like when he sits down and he's like really like in tune with his book, and he's writing it, and he's like in it, and he's like living in it, in the story. It's the similar thing. Stay interested when I have time to polish and do things properly. Yeah, that's what I like. I like not just getting something working, but then getting something, a really nice design. A really nice design is like the ultimate. So if it works, it works. But then, I'll try and go back and redo it again with a better design, even if it works. Like this editor did work before. Well, it kind of worked. It's a little bit better now because all the prefabs are there and stuff. But it's going to take me probably 2 months. 2 months. It'll be 2 months of work actually rewriting this editor. Decompiler called Rico. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll give you 5 days to rewrite it. Yeah. And it's like, I am more interested in the journey and stuff, so I don't mind sitting down and rewriting something again at all, because it just becomes better. It's obviously rubbish if you sit down and rewrite something for 2 months and it's worse. Hopefully you'll have spotted that earlier, though. If you want some lovely reading, read STL. Some good nighttime reading. This is template hell, as the name suggests. Although you can't blame them, because what makes it hard is you have to underscore everything, but they have to do that. That's part of a committee. You know, if you want to write STL, you have to underscore everything that's not public, and then the rest of it is just straight up C++. So it's the language itself, I think, that has problems with readability, rather than the authors. Horrible style and coding standards, really. Ooh, that kind of rings a bell. I wonder if you said that, but you've showed me it. I wonder. Right, like a normal person. It'll just end up looking like that, though. I don't think you can get away with it. Like, it just ends up. It is mad, isn't it? My pair, my val 2 also forced. The underscore is capitalization, I'm not sure. Maybe it is underscore capital letter. Maybe that is what it is. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? If they write it though, if it's the author will obviously know the ins and outs of everything. One letter variables everywhere. Is that for your the compiler? Yeah, for the compiler, yeah. Wrap it into a namespace. Yeah. It is interesting, isn't it? Because that's enforced, I believe. You need to do the underscore. Interesting they didn't have an internal namespace. But then you get this problem with namespacing it in front of absolutely everything. Yeah, C compile, yeah. Fanbjörg, my Fu Manchu is a C++ expert, and I think Nightchild is by the sound of it. What stuff you work on. I'm sure anybody would help you out. Ben and his chat. Alright, yeah, cool, yeah. My Fu Manchu streams as well. He's making a computer inside a computer in what is it? A computer inside a game inside his computer. Anyway, enough of standard vector. If Alt is down, we want to get the focus content and draw it. So where are we? Region painter. Draw focused region content. So how do we do this? Fully simulate a computer in a game world. Yeah. So you, rather than writing like a space shooter with a spaceship, you're writing that, but first you're writing the computer system in the spaceship. That sounds epic. That you can actually load programs onto. Yeah. It's one of those things, I think, you just get better the older you get, I suppose. So the best people will probably be who have programmed 5 hours a day every day for 50 years and still love it. And worked on loads of different things as well. It's like saying who's the best at cooking. It's like, well, it depends, doesn't it, I suppose. People who really hate templates would not regard someone who uses templates a lot highly, probably. I don't know. My time very wisely, maximizing learning. Ah, cool, yeah. So if it's focus content, and we need to make sure that the focus content is a region, is a data type. So game board, get root content. auto focused content. Well, focused instance. Oh yeah, we call these instances, don't we? No. Yeah, we'll call these well, okay. Instances, content, instances. Focused instance is instances find first instance ID. It's the arg ID. Right. Okay. Yeah. The way I kind of do it is I try and write stuff. I try and replicate stuff. You know, like people say don't reinvent the wheel, but I think for learning, it's important to write stuff yourself for learning. So I'll just be like, right, let's try and implement sum of standard function. That's the way I tend to do it. Only specific challenges. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying keeping interested is the most important in it. It needs to stimulate that part in your brain. That part of your brain that wants you to keep going. So for me and my brain, coding's perfect for that. Because I don't really ever want to learn it all. I want to always be learning. And I think coding's kind of like that endless learning experience, I suppose. Which I like, you know, very logical and mathematical, which I also like. There does come a sweet spot in the learning where you don't have to worry about syntax anymore. And then your learning progresses into different things. So for the first few years, it's just maybe syntactic, like you're saying, like having trouble reading templates and stuff like that. And then there comes a sweet spot where you don't have to worry about that. But then you go on to other things like, how do I write this? How do I design this nicely? Run into both. Yeah. Yeah. Spends a lot of time understanding all the algorithms I need. Just need to implement it now. Yeah, so it's like a theory. You have a theory first approach. Which is like very computer science. If you just study computer science, it's quite similar. It's a theory first approach. Independent of programming language. Really. Theory is more fun. Yeah, theory is fun. Exactly. It's very useful because you can apply it to any programming language as well. So it's not you're not like locked into one programming language. Okay. If focused instance has data type, draw focused region content, data type, canvas, focused instance. What is this? Unfocused content. No matching overloads. So let me just double check everything. Oh, typo. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. You're right. The syntax as well will come. That's just practice, isn't it? Yeah. It's harder for other coders to help you in your personal project. At least without studying what you've written. If it's not syntactic, I mean, if you're wanting help on a design or the theory. So if we do this and we go back to brush and we press Alt, nothing happens. Oh. So it's not doing draw focus content. Where are we? We're in preview. Focused instance has data type. So what does focused instance have? So what is this? Oh, we're in the wrong thing here. We actually have to work on here. There we go. So maybe this is interesting then. So yeah, that's the only real way that can work, maybe. So the triggers mode has to be selected because we're drawing a trigger.
Ads running soon.
It's going to be quite annoying, maybe. Because we have to. This it will extend triggers if triggers are on. If I do that, see we're on a trigger brush now. So maybe when we press Alt, we need to swap over to whatever this is. Alright, I'm just going to take 2 minutes to go to the loo. I'll come back in 2 minutes. Okay. So I wonder if what I need to do is when I press Alt, it needs to swap over to the correct brush. So what I want to do is, like, I'm on regions mode now. I want to extend a trigger. So I'll highlight the trigger. And then when I press Alt, alright, when I do the brush and I press Alt, it should swap over to triggers mode when I press Alt. So where would that happen? Just checking what we've done. Or if you control click it, maybe it swaps over to that mode. So if you click it, it doesn't. If you control click it, it does. Okay, we'll try that out first. So what would that be? Under focused content. Set focused content. No. Here it is. So if control is down, get input window, key down, key control. We want to swap over to the focused contents like button, which is, what's that called? Something mode. Edit mode. Is it edit mode? No. Yeah, edit mode. We need to swap over to the right edit mode. Based on the instance type, which is this. instance data type. So how do we do that? We do have this. So we'll go through content mode type pairs. So type, or the content type, is the pair type, and we call it the enum value, but it is the edit mode. Equals pair enum value. Oh yeah, what was that? From Rico's source. Yeah, that's no. So you want to say if instance has data content type, call it data type. If instance has data type, then we can say the edit mode is equal to this edit mode. New edit mode. Ah, right, okay. What you're working on sounds really complex to me. It seems like a challenging project anyway. So now, if we get the brush out and we press Alt, nothing happens. No, it's Control click we were doing, weren't we? Control click. There we go. Control click. Control click. Control click. Something's happened because we're not able to intersect these anymore. Oh, it's probably because they're on different selection layers. Yeah, that's it. So if we press Control click and then get the brush out and press Alt, we can extend it like that. Then you press Shift, put some hole in the middle. It's a little bit cumbersome. It's okay. The cumbersome bit is Control click's alright. Is that you have to like press Tab to get the brush out and then hold Alt to extend. So I think we do want to, when we did the stamp visible, and not a window, key down, E key, control. I think that's what we want as well. Right, banana time. This music's very relaxing. So what's happened now? I have a class called region, which represents a code region. One entry and one exit. High level statements. There's a graph of edges between unstructured regions. So the inner instructions are found first. Yeah, cool. So I have a thing here. This trigger content data is... So I have a problem here with if we select this and then go there, it kind of broke a bit. Okay, well, I'm going to do a final pass on like the layers and how we get from layer to layer, because things need to go in different layers, so you can't just select everything. Well, it isn't possible to select everything all the time, because there'll be too many props in the worlds probably to make that'll be a bit of a problem. Looping through in reverse order would fix a lot of your issues. Alright, okay. Yeah. Again, that's an experience thing though, isn't it? Something you learn, you know now. Yeah, the control click's really good. Control click, so like, say I actually want to edit this pond. So I want to add a new, well. I want to add a new pond. I can control click on a pond and get the brush out and just add a new one. Yeah, cool. I don't really have a lot of experience with graph algorithms other than search. I've done quite a lot of like pathfinding, which is a graph algorithm as well, and also more graphics based stuff like flood fill and all that. That's a graph algorithm. If you want to flood fill a region, I think this one that I believe, so if I go to this sprite sheet, so these little pink rectangles are found automatically. That's a graph algorithm that I wrote to do that. Which is kind of like a flood fill. So you don't have to painstakingly. So if I load this in, wherever it would be, where is it? Artwork icons. Where is it? Atlas props. There we go, look, it found all the rectangles itself. I didn't need to do that. That's a flood fill, that's a graph algorithm that I wrote to do that, I'm pretty sure. Minecraft mod. Oh, Minecraft mod, yeah, cool. Minecraft's great for getting kids into programming. Or young people, I've found. Yeah, nice one. Some of these in actually now. So I want to do a few things, like I want to be able to like pull the Z bias with the mouse. Right now I have to do it like this. I'll like put one in and then which way around is it? I think it's this way. I also need to fix the code so I can scroll off the edge of the screen. Is that even actually? I think that's actually working. Oh no, that's because that's on the brush. I'll put that there. Yeah, finding the reference material. Yeah. The reference material is probably like, well, the compilers. libclang. Probably. This is all open source. This is probably, you probably want a C version. Well, it's a C interface to libclang. Libclang probably compiles C++. But you want a C compiler, I would say. An open source C compiler, see how they do things. Okay. So I'm going to say that triggers is, regions is done now. Which is good. Yeah, good. So now we're on to paths, which is the last one. This is the last one, and then all the different types of content are in. And then we can go through a massive cull and strip out all the old content. We do need to actually... all this needs to get compiled to game data as well. So I'll have to spend a few days doing that. Then it can get stripped out. I want to be quick. Want the software. Yeah, it's hyper focus, isn't it? I suffer from that. Oh, I say suffer. It's quite good, but it's also it takes up all of your energy, doesn't it? Okay. So next one's paths. Partial suffer, partial enjoyment. Yeah. Yeah. I quite enjoy it. Ah, you mean when you're up against a brick wall. Yeah. No, yeah, that's not enjoyable. For sure. I find stepping away from the computer and going for a walk around the block for 5 minutes helps massively if you're stuck on something. Oh yeah, small detail. What was that? Oh, you're just saying in general. Right. So game board content, path, board path. I'm going to just rename this. Well, that didn't take me to anywhere near where I wanted to go. Board path. It's completely broken, that. There it is. We're going to call this path content data. We've got this thing called type storage. Type storage. We probably don't want. Alright, okay. Type storage is not strongly typed. UI game path type renderer. Right, so path kind. This is interesting. So this actually goes into game path types, which is a monorail path. That's just specific for gameplay code. Right. I wonder if I really want to do that. So this is mixing like gameplay code and editor code. How do I want to do that really? New classes for all the instructions. Right. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I think we have some crossover point, you know. Because we've got this thing called Kind ID, which is a U64. What that really needs to be is an enum. So what we're doing is we're saying that we're doing it basically the same as we did with the regions, where we, what was it, region content data, where we said a region can be nav mesh or plantable. So plantable kind of is game dependent, isn't it? You know, like this is gonna have to have like, you know, it could have anything gameplay wise in here. Certain type of tree is only specific for games. I just wonder how we would handle that crossing over to the game code. Right, okay. Interesting. Power matching. Yeah. So what I could do is I could have like something where I'll have all of the game regions and they just get added to here, to region pairs. But then that's like, yeah, we could do that. But then we've got region type as well. Or we just have it here. We just have it as a actual engine thing rather than a game thing. I've never really been happy with the this approach where you just have type storage with a random size and then an integer ID. So this refers to like stuffing. This refers to game code.
Ads running soon.
Maybe one day you could. Give it 20 or 30 years. Oh, we explicitly say for region content data here, this comes from a gameplay file. Yeah, cool, yeah. That's good. That's it helping you properly. That's where it's like a little helper that you can like chat to. Like it was a colleague, a work colleague or something. Yeah, I don't really know how I want to handle that. I think we just put it in the editor. Homework to do. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, enjoy that. So what we could do is we could literally have a game file with these in. Basically. In here in Sci-Fi Gardener. So do we have like a game regions? No. Yeah, that sounds great. I'd love to do that. Interesting to know what you've been actually working on. I should warn you, I don't have much experience on compiling, decompiling, but I'll definitely be able to give you some feedback. So that'll help, hopefully. So we could have something like game regions. First gameplay code in a while. That goes in there. And then we include game regions up here. Experience with the way I access data. Yeah. I'm sure I'll find stuff, for sure. Alright, so that's the same as here then. Right now, so this kind of all needs to change. In a way. So we've got specific renderers in gameplay code. So I'm going to have a new one called Game Paths. We've got Game Path types. We already have it. Game Path types. Got a game path type renderer which we could get rid of. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this into game paths like this, and then we're going to not call it game monorail path. Well, we can call it game monorail path, whatever. Oh, every nail kit is used. Alright, yeah. Yeah, cool. Well, if you can provide me with some data, I'll be able to test it. I'll get it booted up in Visual Studio. Game path types. So we're going to actually delete game path types. And the CPP file version of it. Game path types. It's a load of basic nonsense anyway. And then we have game paths. So if we include game paths in game bar content, see if that builds. Game path types. So this is actually game paths. We don't actually need this in here. Yeah, cool, nice one. Yeah, let us know. We don't have this renderer anymore. So we have a few things. We have like triggers as well. Different UI game trigger renderer. Game event renderer. Yeah, well, we'll see how far we get with it. Thing I actually need to do is not delete them right now, because it's going to create too much of a chain of compile errors. I think I just need to build a new one. Two months into it feels like 5 years. Yeah, we'll wait until it's 5 years. Yeah. I feel like 50 years. So UI game event renderer. So event storage. So I just want to know So, engine event. I want to know if I can get rid of all of this stuff. See, we're calling game event types here. And we've got UI game event renderer. Yeah, I mean, game path types. We've got UI game path renderer. It's just this storage bit that we should really get rid of. See, this doesn't have it. I'm not kind of a fan of this. So maybe we just alter this so the engine can see this file, game path types, and then we alter all the APIs. Instead of using kind ID and storage, we will actually use some proper type pair storage stuff now. I wrote this before I had all the pair storage, type pair storage, or whatever it's called, enum pair storage, enum type pairs. Yeah, see it for now, yeah. Oh, do you not mean goodbye? See it means generally means goodbye. Yeah, cool. Alright, so the way to do this, I think, is just to ignore all that, and then we'll go to game content. What's it called? Game board content, and then we will do the region one. Region types, so game region types. Thanks for the follow. Sun's calm. Cool. Hope you're doing alright. Oh, my chat window's gone. 1 second. Don't know if I can get all the chat back, unfortunately. Refresh it. Alright, cool. I think we're okay. So we will do the game region types. I'm not getting any like audio notifications. Oh well. So regions. So I'll stick the regions. In here. And then we'll do game region types. Game regions. Yeah, game region types. Check that builds. And then board path. So we'll include game path types. And then we will do game path types. We want to do this pair stuff. So we want to do using path pairs is a tuple enum type pair game path kind monorail game monorail path like this, and then using game path types is equal to enum type pair types path pairs. So I wonder if we should call, well, we'll just call it path type. Yeah, we'll do this. And then we want template plus T concept is path type. Type in tuple. T path types. Okay. Might actually rename this to monorail path. Okay, game path types is just called path types now. Right, so now I want to change this API to be, well, it needs to be ePath type to start with. We've got something else called path type. Game path kind. Game path type. I'm gonna call instead of kind, going to be type. So we're actually making one there. Ah, okay. Yes. This gets us away from having to do this. Right. So we've got this type renderer. We don't necessarily need that anymore. Screw it. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to get rid of it. It's all going to go. Game path types. Just fix the compiler errors. So that means the game doesn't necessarily need to do any of this stuff either. This is actually much cleaner to do this, you know. So game path types. Right, so board path. Region content data. This is going to be path content data. You know what? I'm going to make a new one. Leave that there. And delete this one eventually. It's the same as region content data, really. It's kind of the same thing in general. I don't know if I do want to template it even more though. We'll just copy it all. It's got the same API, it's got the same thing on get color, so I'll have different colors for the paths and stuff like that. And this is path content data. No points. It's not going to have points. It's going to have a spline probably. So this is e-game path type. But everywhere where we see region pairs now, it's path pairs. And it's not an array of points. What does board path have in it? It's got a spline. NURB spline. Spline, spline. 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 Okay, and then we want path. Enum type pair, e content brush, path with path content data. Right. So there might be a hell of a lot of compile errors here. Alright, so region type is path type, please. Basically anywhere we see region. Oh. Path. Well, that didn't work. Path. Path. E-game path type. Zonic 2. Are you using any libraries? Not so I'm not really. I'm using a couple. I'm using one called Spine, which is a rigged animation library for 2D, which integrates with their app, which is really good. And then I'm using some. Let's have a look. Some image compression. So BC7E, which is like an image compression library. Dr. WAV, which I use to convert WAV file formats around. LZ4, which is compression. Magic Enum, which is like string to enum and enum to string. A CSV1. And this is more image compression. And then STB, which is some more image stuff. And it's DirectX 12 for the graphics API, yeah. Yeah, welcome, hope you're alright. So set path. What is it? Yeah, set path. Set path. Get path. Is path type. Oh look. Is path. Maybe that's why it had the syntax problem. Because they're called the same thing. I'll just say that. We'll call it is region. Alright, cool, there we go. So let's just fix any compile errors. Alright, cool. So that's all these. Binary right game path. All this stuff is gone. Yeah, if you've got any questions, Zornick, let us know. Right. So this is all going to get deleted anyway. So I might as well just allow it to compile first. So what are we on here then? This is... Okay, so that... I'm just going to if zero this out. Just doing a little refactor at the moment, so... There's lots of code all over the place, really. Right. So we've got world spline. World spline. I'm not sure what this is. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. So we've got a bunch of linker errors, unfortunately. So we'll just implement this for now. So this is path content data. Path content data, it's just region spline get. So you can't get bounds from a spline, can you not? No. So this is path. This is just path points. Get points. Oh, there is a bounds. Path content data get bounds. Unless that's actually it's unwritten. So we can just do result is path get bounds translate step. Path content data get bounds is not actually written. It says it already exists, but it doesn't. So this is just bounding rect with each spline. Get spline dot. Get points. BB add arg. Well, actually, we can just do spline get points like that. I think. Yeah. And get color. We'll do the same as this. Is it 2D only? Not necessarily, no. So so it's not like got a 2D and a 3D mode. But so when I'm going to make a game with the engine, I'm like kind of at the end of pre-production for that, really. I'm going to have some 3D UI elements and stuff. So it is capable, like the render is capable of doing 3D for sure. The editor, not really, no. It's just a 2D editor. But the renderer is, yeah. The renderer can do 3D, no problem. So, you know, like, I'll draw all the stuff as 2D sprites, I suppose. But then some of the effects are going to be like 3D. So that's path types. So we've got region has colour, we want path has colour. Which is basically the same concept, actually. Is path. So get points is not const. Apparently. So I think a spline should have a get bounds. So we'll put that in. Return bounding rect points. And that means this can just return spline, get bounds. This can be const. Alright, so we had some linker errors, hopefully it's not too devastating. No linker errors. Awesome. Yeah, I'll show you the Zornic, I'll show you the editor if you're still there. I'm just in the process of building a prefab system, really. So this is a .prefab file, which means that it becomes a brush, the test brush. So if I open another prefab up, the river prefab, I can select this to zoom right out and then paint this entire thing in. But what I'm doing now is adding all the types of content that the level editor can produce into the prefab system. And what you can do is like break them apart like this, so you can actually modify individual prefabs, and then you can like save as a new prefab or just revert back to the old prefab. Yeah, cheers. So what I'm doing now is we've got paths like this. Oops. Oh, and I can see it's right in the middle of changing them, so I just crashed it. Paths currently aren't included in the prefab, but they're going to be. So I'm just setting some stuff up now. So, oops. Yeah, it's got some weird crash. We'll get there. I'm setting stuff up now so this path content data can actually be stored inside a prefab. Using that demo window from that. No, I've made everything. Everything you see, so all of the widgets and stuff, the UI widgets, I've made. So, you know, the text boxes and the combo boxes and the color pickers and all that. And the scroll bars. Everything's handmade, basically. Apart from those image compression libraries that I was showing you. And these rigs. So these rigs are driven by that spine library. Find out how to go. But yeah, it's got like full undo redo and stuff. And then it can do other things, like this is the level editor, but the engine's like, it's a pretty much, you can ready to make a game. These are like, you can make dialogue trees. So this is it. These are all dialogue trees for an NPC in the game, for Jenny. And she say different things depending on like, so depending on the context. So it evaluates from left to right. And then it evaluates these game conditions. And if all the conditions succeed, it can speak that dialogue tree to you. And it's got like a cutscene editor and a behavior system editor and all sorts of stuff in it. So NPCs get patrols, which is like how they walk around the world. And then patrols, you can have activities at the end, so it travels to a destination and does an activity. And these, you assign behaviors, which are these brain files. So you like build these brain files out. So this is for testing combat that I made. So this will, if you assign this to an NPC through a patrol, it will become hostile. I think, you know, in certain conditions and stuff like that. Is it open source? No, it's not. Not yet, anyway. Just making it on my own at the moment. I might make the game moddable or something. I'm not sure. So the game's going to be, it's a sci-fi gardening game. So you're on a big space station and you're in charge of the gardens. Yeah, what do you do as a coffee? There's some decaf coffee in there on the top. You're in charge of the gardens, so you can basically, you travel to other planets, do quests, bring back plants, then you plant them in the space station, and then you build up a nice looking space station. But yeah, like all the gameplay is pretty much, it's prototyped. So you can, all the planting and everything, and the questing and the dialogue and travel into different locations and shops and chests and all sorts. It's already prototyped. I'm just doing one kind of last pass over the editor to build this prefab system out properly, and then in a couple of weeks I'm going to start actually making the game for real. What does for each type do? So it allows you to specify, like, there's only one in there, find a different one. A list of types, and then you can try and find a good one. Game event types. So you can have like a list of game events, and then if you're templating in something, it kind of allows you to check if this is a type of, well, it's to do with type erasure. It's like you can store things in types, and then if you want to get them back out again, you can test if the certain belong to certain other types, sets of types. So this is going to go through all the different types of path that are in the game, of which right now there's only one. And then it just see if it has a colour, static value for colour, and if it has, and this path content data is this type of path. It sets so this is like allows you to get a different set of colour of a path in the editor, I suppose. It's kind of a bit complicated to explain, but it's like it just allows you to go over paths, go over sets of types. So this has actually been in C++26. You're going to be able to do what's it called? Template 4, is it? Yeah, template 4. So this will allow you to basically, it's not quite the same. This will allow you to iterate over a tuple of things. It's not quite the same as what I'm doing here, because when I'm doing it like this, I'm not actually constructing path types. There's another one where you can go through each type and then like path types like that. If you had a list of path types. Obviously that means you need a list. Sometimes you do want a list. A constructed list of types. Like path content data can store all sorts of things. And it just allows me to say, well, if you're this type, then do this. Does that make any sense? It's the end of the day, so I'm a bit... got 20 minutes left to stream, so I'm a bit wiped. I hope I explained that alright. So path content data has this storage in it, which means it can store anything in this list. But then if I want to just loop over the things, possible things it can store, that's what I do. Yeah, cool. It's like, it's almost like, you know, like standard function, where you can pass in a function or a class with an override, with a parentheses override, overload. But it's not a function. You can just cram in types. It's like standard any or something like that. But there's no dynamic memory allocation or anything. It just creates a space in the class for that can store all of these types. Or one of them anyway. Thank you. Thank you. And it's like strongly typed, so it will only accept at compile time one of these things from the list. Just means then that I'm only working with path content data. Do you know what I mean? Rather than all the different types of paths that there could be. And then to add new paths, all I have to do is just make a new one of these, and then the whole system will just work with the new path as well. The new type of path. This is a monorail path, but I could have something like a path for the NPC to walk, which would be another type of path, and I'd put it in here. And then the editor just knows about it, and the game knows about it. Everything knows about it. So from one line of code, you've got all of that functionality with the editor. And this particular function, the get color, allows me to in monorail path, I could just put like static inline color like that, and then once I've written that, the monorail path in the editor will be red. But I just have to write that line. You know what I mean? I don't have to write the other side of it, which like checks that it's a monorail path and then pulls the color out of it, and then so it just automates quite a bit of stuff. You know, you write the underlying system, like the function which gets the color out of anything in the list. So you can use like a concept to check that it has a statically typed color member. Otherwise it just makes one. Just randomly makes, well, it's not random, but it does a bunch of hashing. On the actual type it is, which is the enum value. So you don't have to specify color, but it will be hopefully a unique color in the editor. Alright. So we do have path content data, and we have it built in now. So the first thing I want to do is go into the editor code and make a content painter for it. Is there anything? There's nothing really similar. I don't think. Tell you what I'll do. The game board editor, and then we'll set it to be paths. So this means that when I launch the game, we'll automatically be wanting to draw paths. And then I need to say that paths is path content data, which means that like the edit mode, so the edit mode are like the buttons down the side, which refers to path content data. And then I need to make a content painter for stamping paths. And then all I'm going to do so we'll do auto paintbrush equals gameboard editor paintbrush, and then we'll go canvas Draw quad in world. Paintbrush. Position. Inflate 0.5. So I'll make a rectangle out of it. Say it's white. Max. So this preview is like what happens when you preview the brush. As in, you're about to paint something and you want to know where you're going to paint it. So we need to actually also overload that. So a content painter is a class that I use, which is like, this is before you paint it, but you're about to paint it. And then this gets called when you actually press the mouse button to paint it onto the world. So you can see there, path is set by default. And then if I press that, we get that. Oh no, we don't. That's the original one. What we need to do is start using the new system. So tick board panel. So in paths, we don't want to do that. We want to do this. That's the last of them. So what I might actually do is do this. And then get rid of all these. And that's drawing the border of the entire content. I might not do that yet. All right, there we go. So that is that white box, the content painter. For path. Content painter path. So that is that white box. So that's not really what I want to draw though. What I want to draw is like a little handle. Say it's small. Handles are usually 0.15 of a world unit. In radius. So now when I press the mouse button down, it fires here. So this is what do I want to do basically when I press the mouse button down. Alright, while these ads are going, I'm just going to nip to the loo. It'll be 2 minutes. Right. So what do we actually want to do? We need to make something with 3. Basically a spline with 3 points in it. Um, so in the game board content, we might make a renderer for it first. Or path. Whoops. So we're going to go auto path equals instance get data content data. If not path, return. Else we just want to go so I'm going to say the offset is the position plus the instance position. We want to go canvas, draw lines in world, path, spline, get points, but we want to draw out the offset. Like that. So that will just draw a path that's painted into the world. Now I just need to add one. Tick board panel, paths mode. So it's just here really. We have to call generate points. So I'll just put that down here for now. So we'll copy this. So this is path content data. New path. And then we want to do, we'll call it path. This. That's basically it. So the cursor P is the position. So here's the thing, what do we want to do? I think we want to make it local. Like that. That's it basically. There's no reset. Radius, that's it. So I'll just make a path, put in 3 control points, generate a bunch of points, and then move the path into the instance, set it to be focused, and then return the new instance. See what happens then. Okay, so it probably got added in because we could save it. Pushed an undo redo step. It didn't render it though. So let's just check. Let's go to Notepad. So this is the data type path. This is the data file. So the editor makes these .prefab files, and this is the actual text file. There we go. Okay, so there are no points. It's a point count. Oh, it generates the point. It must generate the point when it's loaded. Okay. So why aren't we seeing it being rendered? What I'm going to do is make a new one. And then add it in. Instance type path content data. So it doesn't have the data. Has data type. Path content data. So what is the data type at the moment? Oh, it's normal. Renderer needs content brush. It's saying. Doesn't need a content brush. Ah, look. Doesn't need a brush. Alright, if this works, I'm going to have to call it a day. There it is. So I can make loads of them now. So the next thing to do is we need to be able to select them, move them about, add and delete points. But that's going to have to happen tomorrow, so I'm going to have to head off. Yeah, it was a good stream. Getting there now, we're nearly at the end. Next week is going to be about moving all this, so this text file here, which is very long and it's text. This is the entire level in text format. Needs to get compiled into game data, which is like a binary data. Do a lot of optimization there. Almost all that code's written though. So just need to get this new prefab stuff into the game, and then we'll be done. But yeah, I'll see you. Hopefully I'll be in tomorrow from about 9:30 GMT. See you later.